tell you what I want, what I really, really want. So tell me what you want, what you really, really want. I wanna zigga zigga really wanna zigga zigga. Huh. If you wanna be my lover, you gotta get with my friends. I didn't. What's up, Pascal? Nobody's usually here this early. Nobody usually shows up for this part. The first, like, 3 minutes of the stream, because I don't have, like, a waiting room or anything, it's just weird, you know? I got my tickets for your class. I'm very excited to be in it. And I've been, funnily, I was kind of looking at a few of my pieces recently, and I genuinely think I could actually do with a lot more of that workshop than I initially thought, because I've been seeing that, like, there are still shapes that I really don't understand. If you know what I mean by that, like, there are certain shapes that I just don't really understand the values of. Like, circles are easy, obviously, squares are easy, but it's like, as soon as you get into, like, cylinders and bent cylinders. So any like curved cylinders or a lot of curved shapes, I tend to start struggling with, like, how the light's gonna refract. You give it's again, like, I can picture it on a flat because I know it's gonna work in, like, I know it's gonna work kind of more circularly, and I know on squares it tends to cast more in beams, but it's trying to understand, like, I think when I'm seeing, yeah. When I'm getting into the more complex shapes, I think especially, like, say, like, shoulder pads, for example, where it's going to cast in, like, crescents. And, yeah, so there's just, like, little light placement sometimes. I'm still finding that there's a lot that I need to learn. Mostly because I can figure it out, but it's not intuitive. And when something is not intuitive, obviously, it's a bit of a hassle to do. I'm just in the process of cleaning up my desk a bit right now as I try to get my... Please don't mix up volume painting with NMM like reflective painting. That's fair. That's fair. Volumes are still yes. And I today have to finish up a couple of these little terrain things for a client because he just wants me to paint up some gun platforms. So it's going to be really quick and easy. I also have to paint a tree man. And also the workshop will not... Let me put it to you this way. I don't have expectations. I'm going to rephrase. I don't really have expectations going into this. Going into anything with expectations is a way to be disappointed. You should always go into everything with an open mind. Accepting that you can learn something by learning how the person thinks. And for me, I feel like understanding your process of breaking down volumes, and I feel it will give me a lot of understanding. Yeah, as I mentioned a few times, a lot of it for me is always about it's always about trying to understand how people think, right? Because, like, it's kind of like it was kind of like, you know, when you just, like, sometimes you see somebody do something and all you need, like, what you really are is just like, hey, can you show me what your palette looks like right now? Because it's like, I want to see what you've done to do certain things, right? Like, it's often not about the model itself. It's like, hey, let me see what your palette looks like. I want to see what you've put down. Like, I that's how I get with mine a lot of the time. I love watching technique, but I also like seeing, like, the kind of, like, how did you accomplish that? And I'm just grabbing some dark gunmetal, and I'm just gonna stipple really fast. Because we don't have the airbrush set up, because I don't have anywhere to ventilate here. Pascal, spring break's almost over. Hey, Boneless. How you doing, Mark? Hope you're having a great day so far. Do you want to see hey Mark, you want to see the ugliest old world model? You want to see the ugliest hunk of shit that still costs $100? You started the expansion of my army? Okay, then you definitely want to old world. Old world. No. Tree man. Oh no, what have you? This is the tree man. This is a model. This is actually a model. This is an official Games Workshop model that costs almost $100 because of how much fucking pewter it is. Kind of like it. It's just an amalgamous blob of shit. It's not. It's. I feel like I can do something with it once it's painted, but I'm gonna be completely honest. That is without a doubt one of the worst sculpts I've seen. If you like it, that's cool. I'm not gonna. If you like it, Stellitz, nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I that one I look at and I'm just like, eh. New Tomb Guards? Oh, dude, Tomb Kings are... Hi, baby. I know you've been having a rough day. We've had company over for like 3 days now, so like you just haven't had any attention, have you? Do you want to come say hi to everybody on camera? Is that why you're out? You want to say hi to Twitch? Okay, everybody, Sigurd wants to say hello, so we gotta stop painting really quickly. Okay, well, come here, Sigurd. Yeah. Come on. Say hi to Twitch chat. You want to come say hi? And now put your glasses on and look at it. It's a really rough sculpt. A lot of old world stuff is. I personally still do prefer old world because it's less sculpted. But I also love I don't know. My game system, like I know everybody has their game systems or they just like to paint or whatever their stuff is. I know we have some people in the community that don't game at all. Mine is Blood Bowl and Necromunda. Those are the ones I collect. But I'd considered getting into Old World on numerous occasions. It's just that I have actually painted 3 full Old World armies already, with a 4th one to be painted next month. And I just don't know that I have the capacity to paint my own Old World army after having painted 4 of them in a 12-month span. Also, fun. Because we were trying to see what we did for the year so far. Last year, we finished at, I think it was 6 or 7, was it 600 or 732? Last year we either painted 632 or 732 models. This year, we are up to 134 so far. We've painted 134 miniatures so far this year. 134 miniatures, 3 busts. Busts aren't finished, but they will be. But the plan for this year, I'd like to hit 500 minis at least. But I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that, because that's also going to be dependent on commissions and, like, the work, right? And I'm not really taking commissions from most people right now, because I just don't have the time or capacity. But I've been thinking about, like, the last few days, too. I really think I want to go back to waiting tables. I miss it. I miss waiting tables. I was really fucking good at it. Rough ain't the right word. I think it should be highly deformed. It's just, yeah, it's very much not the, not the masterpiece it could be. Whoop, whoop. I should hand you over my commission piece during SMC. I think you'll love it. Now you want to paint it? Absolutely, I would. What do you wanting to? Are you commissioning something, or are you wanting to get a? Are you doing one for somebody, or? I'm fucking stoked for SMC. And I can't, Pascal, how does it feel that your course sold out in like less than, what, 2 days? Tickets were available for less than 48 hours for you? I know like one of them sold out in like 3 hours, but still. The fact that you can sell out a course in fucking 48 hours, like, that is it's fucking legendary. But I don't think I could sell out a course. Mostly because I can only teach batch painting, and I don't know that many people want to sign up for the here's how you paint 100 models in fucking 20 hours. I think you do, I think, honestly, I don't want to credit it too much, but I think Nipplegate happened at the perfect moment. Because it gave a lot of us the right chance to just plug your course coming up at SF. Like, it's just... I honestly think that that might have given you just a little bit of advertising. And like, it's a proven fact that Twitch bans at the correct time only benefit the person. Like, a correctly timed ban actually helps the streamer out more. Because been looking into the Forge World. Bad publicity is also publicity. But that's the problem, though, is it wasn't bad publicity, too, which is why it was extra advantageous. is for you, it was the perfect mix of good publicity and a reason for people to be talking about it. No, I did some model paint, but found the Holy Grail we talked about. I would love to do that up for you, but I've also said if you want a wizard with a submachine gun, that's content for me, man. I will. You don't even got to pay for that. There are certain models I just desperately want to get my hands on. That's one we've been talking about on the channel for a long time. It's been an ongoing offer. Any viewer can send it, or any viewer, the first one to do it, can send one in or bring one to me, and I will paint it for free. That's just something I've been saying for the last year and a half. So you wouldn't. No worries, Stelitzer. I hope you have a great one. Hope classes and everything is good. Catch you later if you're able to, and if you can't, we will see you when we see you. But yeah, that one it's a model that I love it because it's a time capsule back to when Games Workshop didn't know what they were yet. The reason why I think Wizard with a Submachine Gun is just such an interesting model, beyond the fact you get to yell "I cast gun," is it's the fact that it really also found a still sealed Nagash. Yo, I love rare model collectors. I love rare models. But it's specifically like it's the same thing. Like I always have my eyes open. Like anytime we're at a used hobby store or like garage sale or anything where I notice some nerdy stuff, my eyes are always peeled for the Rogue Trader box, the original, like, because we all know. Exactly, Mark. And a big part of it for me when it comes to the Wizard with the Submachine Gun is before Games Workshop even knew what their art direction was gonna be. They hadn't really figured out Warhammer yet. You know, they weren't producing games. It was one of the and it just when the company they were still figuring out who they were. And I think it's so cool because it's a tiny little. I know a guy that is probably going to be worth way, way too much, but also badass. I know a guy that still has a squat army. Not Votann, squat. Including the squat bikers. Already tried stealing it. Yeah. They are... Those Rogue Trader boxes are gorgeous. But yeah, it's one that I always look for at garage sales and things. Because... Same with the Pewter Necromunda models. If I can... those ones are always fun. And hi, what would you like? Another one is the old Mordheim box. If you can get your hands on that one, that's another really awesome one. Especially because if you can get Mordheim with the rulebook, or if you can get the rules for Mordheim, it is actually an insanely fun system. Probably one of the most fun systems. I did get my greasy hands on the Bretonnian versus the Lizardman box. That's awesome. I think it's really cool as well that you're kind of interested in that, Mark, because I think a lot of people don't realize how young miniatures as a hobby and an art form are. So because of that, the history and everything is your body still hurts, but it was worth it. Dude, Guar is always worth it. I think I told you this, Pigments. Did you know I have not one, but 2 Beefcake the Mighty Picks? The year where they did the thing for me that I was telling you about in like the DMs, all the guys gave me their picks that night. But that one, the night when they did the thing for my brother was really rad. But they came down and like all the guys gave me their picks, which is usually they flick them out, and like that was pretty rad that they all put them in my hand that night. It was really special. And then the last time I saw them, it was a different actor playing Beefcake. I think it was Casey Orr that time, and he flicked his pick out, and my wife just grabbed it and she was like, "Huh? What is this? Do you want it?" And I was like, "Yes." Gonna hurt you a bit here? Okay, let's see what's gonna hurt me. Okay, close that. Yo! That is honestly... that is an awesome Bretonnian army. Here, I'm gonna send you... I'm gonna post one in chat here for you to check out. This is the, this is the old... One of the old world commissions I've done. You caught one of the picks, but you gave it to one of the people you were with? All pewter? Oh, that's awesome. This one is a mix, but you should check that out, because that's a pretty awesome... I was pretty happy with that project, because... Well, I was just... You'll see. It's a pretty good project, and then it's the only time I've ever done a painted backdrop for an army for photography. Something I really should start doing for full armies more often. Maybe we do that later, too, actually. Maybe I'll just do a Bob Ross fucking oil painting really fast later today, so we can get something to photograph with the elves. What do you guys think about that? Pigments, you want to watch me waste painting like Bob Ross? Just smashing way more color than I should ever put on a canvas in there? We've talked about it. Pigments has a slight love-hate with Bob Ross. He absolutely loves his artwork, but internally could not stand just how much paint he put on the canvases. You're in this... If I remember correctly, that was the stance. It was, no, huge Bob Ross fan, just used way too much paint. Like, it's taught really bad habits. What's up, Jinx? Welcome. We are doing some catch-up stuffs for a client, slapping some quick colors down, easy peasy painting, and trying to figure out, I think, how I'm going to start dealing with my setup. Scary Lady's back. Jinx is like the least terrifying person. And I hope everybody is having a real good day. Got the fangirl army in here. And let's just stipple. Pounding away, tearing through flesh. Good enough. These are like terrain pieces. He sold it out. He sold it out in less than 48 hours. On top of that, again, Gotta shout that part out. Posted the expansions. Ooh. Nice. Just goes to show that, like... Also, I'm sorry, by the way, Pascal, if we keep hyping this up to the point that we're giving you, like, an anxiety complex surrounding it. I'm just gonna drink beers with Pascal. I'm definitely not gonna take a bunch of mushrooms on the day that I'm going to walk around the convention hall. That's probably not my plan. It's definitely not my plan. Is to go into all the museums. It's actually why we're staying for a while. We fly in on the Tuesday before the convention, so we'll be there for about a week. So I will also say, Pascal, if everybody's booking you up for dinner and it's like soup and you're feeling like, I'll be there on Tuesday. You're there Wednesday to Wednesday. I think I'm Tuesday to Tuesday. I think we fly out on the Wednesday. Or yeah, we're in the hotel until the Tuesday, so we check out on the Wednesday. I think. I don't know. I'll confirm it all after. I can't remember exactly what I picked. I did think you were Belgian. Thought wrong, Mark. The only reason I knew you were Dutch is because Roos is a Dutch surname. Because I initially did think Spanish from the name Pascal. First guess, and then it was like, wait, no, surname. Surnames are going to dictate more. This is a song about the most depressing landmark in the city I'm from. Victory Square is just a fucking sad place. It's a wartime monument to Canada's successes in the First World War, but it's to Canada's victories in the First World War. It's one of our wartime monuments and to the people that were lost, but also it is one of the largest homeless encampments in the city. So, it's quite contrasting for a place that's called Victory Square. It's also nicknamed Pigeon Park. Hands in the air, whisper a prayer. Victory Square. Although, the beautiful song by a fantastic local band. In fact, you know what? You guys also joining us for dinner? What day? I've got karaoke with Jace one of the nights, which I'm really looking forward to. Saturday? I will talk to my wife about that, as I am not going by myself. So I will have to confirm whether or not she has plans or anything, because she wants to do a couple of, I know that The Hobbit is joining us. Well, him and I are staying at the same hotel, because I don't know anything about the Netherlands. I've never been before. So I just heard that the Queen Hotel is really nice, and I've heard that the restaurant underneath the Queen Hotel is supposed to be fucking phenomenal. So we're staying there with an intent of eating there one of the nights. But my wife she's a chef by trade, still works as a chef. I have a culinary background, as I've mentioned. So she wants to go to the Netherlands because Eindhoven has a ridiculous number of Michelin-starred restaurants. And that is not a thing over here. Where we live, we do not have a great food scene. So it's very exciting for her to be able to go somewhere where we can get like just really nice food, and you're just happy to just be right around the corner. Yes, I'd mentioned that too. That's going to be awesome because you can come and hang out, and we can get lost on our way to the con together. Because I have no idea what I'm going to be doing. I have no idea how to get around Eindhoven or anything, but Mark's going to tell me where the good cafes are. Our fight here, our food is quite bland. Really? I have no sense of time. I'm pretty good at finding my way, but like that's coming from a guy who's never really left an English, or that's never been to a non-English speaking country. So I can't actually say I have a good sense of direction. Bus or taxi's best. I heard train. Everyone told me train, but I mean, I also just really like trains because, again, North America, we don't have trains. Taking the train here is a novelty for us. Like, I'm not sure. I gotta explain this to the people from the Netherlands. All of the North Americans are excited to take a train from Amsterdam to Eindhoven because we don't have land trains like that here. So, like, taking the train is like a big exciting thing for us. But it's okay. But I just need to let you guys know that it's like, okay, y'all need to, like, even just getting on the train here, that's exciting. We don't have trains like that. We have, like, like sky trains and subways, but we don't have like fucking land trains for anything other than freight. Excuse me for a quick cough. And I took a train from Wisconsin to Arkansas once as a kid. I don't know where either of those states are. I'm gonna be completely honest. Arkansas's in the prairies, right? It's like Midwest? Wisconsin, and that's north? Northeast? I do not know American geography. I know the 3 states that like I culturally relate to. Wisconsin's by the Great Lakes. Okay, yeah, so northeast. So Toronto region. Okay, that'd be like taking a train from like Ottawa to Edmonton. That's an awesome. That's a good trip. Like 1,000 miles? Or at least 1,000 miles. Because I know where the prairies are because I know the Europeans know American geography better than Americans. I'm not an American. I mean, again, technically yes because I'm born to an immigrant, but technically yes because I'm born to an immigrant, but I'm not American. No, I always make that joke because it's funny. Anytime I get defensive about the whole like, well, I'm not people are do that when I was like, I can't actually say that because like, all right, we're gonna pull a brown wash over this nicely airbrushed blue, and I bet you're thinking, Boneless, why the fuck are you doing that? And it's because it's starting a really nice kind of sepia ivory, which is then going to allow me to come in and hit it with a quick dry brushing of actual ivory. Arkansas by Oklahoma, kitty corner to Texas. Oh, my family's from Oklahoma. Bet you wouldn't have guessed that. Bet you wouldn't have guessed my dad's an Okie from Muskogee. We don't smoke marijuana in Muskoka. Nobody would guess my family's from Oklahoma. But it's why I can fry chicken like nobody's business. No worries, you grab some coffee. I'm probably going to do the same here in just a minute. I need a cup to like get my brain going. Apparently I need more wash because I did not put anywhere near enough down. All right. And genuinely one of my favorite songs of all time. This is such a good band. All right, I fucking love the Dreadnoughts. Don't have anything else to really say or add to it. It's just they're a great band with great music. Quick wash. I actually want to add a bit more to that. Can you also bring me a Looney and a Toonie? Absolutely. Yeah, that's like 1.5 euros. Absolutely, dude. That's absolutely. I can bring you a Looney. I'll bring you a nickel too. You can have a beaver. I'll bring you a beaver. 5 beavers for a quarter. It's five beavers for a moose. Love beaver. Oh, dude, then you would absolutely love my Sisters of Battle. Here, Pascal, if you love beaver, well, let me show you something because I did this very intentionally. Because when I painted my Sisters of Battle, right? If you didn't know, if you flip them upside down, you can actually see their beavers. See? You flip her upside down and you can see her beaver. That joke was very planned out when I built that army. But also, it's the flip side of I had to make a choice when I was gluing the coins up. It was like, which side do I want it to face? The Queen or the Great Canadian Beaver? No, obviously, I chose to put the glue on the Queen's face. There's my inappropriate joke for the day. But also, it's how I weight all of my models because we don't have pennies. So 5 cents is the lowest denomination of currency in Canada. We do not have a 1 cent denomination. So everything gets rounded to fives or zeros. Unless you pay with debit, and then you can pay then it doesn't get rounded. And there are some people here now that are so frugal that they carry cash because they will know whether the purchase will be cheaper to make with their card or cash. So they will there are some people that will actively go through the effort to save 2 cents on every single purchase by trying to determine whether or not they need to use their cash or their card on how it's going to round. If it rounds up, you use your card, and if it rounds down, you use cash. There we go. Got those. There we go. They stopped making pennies over here? That's fair. Are you allowed to use them still, though? Because we can't use pennies either. I think you might still be able to take them into the bank, although I think as of this so I think as of this year, our banks stopped giving a return on pennies. Like, we don't have you cannot use a penny here. A penny is worthless. If you hand a person, yeah, we got rid of the penny. We got rid of pennies. We don't have them. You cannot use them. That being said, we stopped accepting pennies about 20 years beforehand. So typically, because in Canada we do not consider bills. So I'm not sure if you guys know about the thing about how in the US everything they have legal tender, and all currency says this bill or this coin is legal tender on it, meaning it has to be honored as currency of value to that banknote. That is not the case in Canada. We do not have that same thing, so it's the same reason why businesses are not required to accept cash. If you try to pay with cash, they can straight up tell you, no, we only take debit. As it is, encrypted. What? What? I feel like I'm missing part of the joke here, but it's fantastic. I'm going to start doing some shoutouts now that we got it's a magazine here. First one in was the man, the myth, the nipple, Pascal Roos. If you're not following him, you're missing out. And if you are not already signed up for his workshop, turns out you're shit out of luck. Got to sign up faster next year. I mean, again, like Jinx, I've straight up said, I do personally believe that the band might have just given a little bit of the publicity at the perfect timing for with the workshop launching the next day. I think that worked really well because it got everybody talking about it. And I still think it's hilarious because the stuff I've shown on my stream is... I've gotten away with so many things except for the time I accidentally showed my feet. If you don't know, Pascal, that's how I got my 24, is somebody hit the exercise redeem, and I used to pull the camera forward, and then I'd do push-ups, and then my feet were in frame for about 2 seconds before I, dropped down to start doing my push-ups, And at the end of my stream, or like I got the thing and blah blah blah. After my stream, I got the like the warning and the fucking. That is a title. That is a. I mean, I've heard some pretty bad boxing nicknames in my years. I would say the nipple is honestly not even in the like top 10 worst. What am I doing right now? That's drying, and I'm flailing because I see possibilities with my surname and the nickname. I mean, honestly, I'm at the point where I'm like, I might even like if I have to go through a name change at any point, I might just literally swap my first name to Boneless. It's already what everybody calls me, and it's already my preferred name. So, for those of you that don't know, like even in person, Boneless is my preferred name. It is what I go by at like everywhere. I'm just gonna hit these with a quick blow dry so I can move on because I don't want to keep waiting. While I'm doing this, I'm also gonna. I'll call you Boneless. Twitch people are called by their Twitch names. Excellent.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls a tug, tit fucker.
You're going.
Yeah.
Frankie, you ready? You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands, boys.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys.
Right enough. Holy shit, Reaper Minis! What the fuck? What the fuck? Reaper knows who I am? Holy shit. Welcome in, Reaper Miniatures. Hi. My name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys. Welcome Raiders. Hope you're all having an incredible day. Just doing a bit of commission right now. Trying to get caught up on some terrain pieces. Hope you had an amazing stream, Reaper. And hope everyone is having a phenomenal day. Sorry it took me so long. I was just finishing up drying these models off in the background. But I hope you are all doing super well today. Get a quick shout out. And yeah, if you got a raid and run, totally get it. If you want to share what you guys were working on today, please feel free to. We are link friendly in chat. And thank you very much. Holy shit. That's an exciting way to start my day off. Where's my ivory paint? Now I'm all excited. I can't remember where I put my ivory down. All right, let's just take a second. There we go. Okay. Welcome in, Reaper. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope everybody's having an amazing day. My name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. I'm getting caught up on some commission work right now that I gotta get finished up, and we've been talking about the upcoming, essentially SMC, how we are going to be at Pascal's class, and all of the amazing people who are going to be there. Okay. There we go. Wow. Flailing, and I'm good. Clean that off there. Ba-ba-ba. Excellent. The rest of the day, he's a stripper by the name of Cinnamon. That is not my stripper name, and you guys will never find out what my stripping name was. I mean, what? And now you guys don't know if I'm joking or not. You think Boneless can't move them hips? I'm like fucking Shakira over here. The hips don't lie. You might be there too. Just maybe. You feel like it, you know. So, we're having an excellent day so far. I'm gonna hit a quick, just kind of flick of ivory over these to bring a bit of detail in. Bit of the white. They're still a little bit damp, so it's gonna go on a little bit softly. It's gonna leave a little bit of texture behind. But by leaving it ever so slightly damp as we're doing this, we're able to get that nice kind of smooth. Yeah. See? See, nice smooth white versus. So you can use the dry brush in a couple of different ways. The rest does. Hi, Sigurd. How's my kitty cat doing? Is that so? Do you want kibbles? Do you want some kibbles, baby? Are you a needy baby right now? And let that go kind of muddy. In a few spots. That's okay. I had a very nice chat with Lapat and Swenson. Ooh. So yeah, my name's Studio Boneless. I do some commissions. I'm kind of moving away from commissions long term. However, I never say never. Been painting since 2012. I am by no means a master. I only started taking it fairly seriously a couple of years ago. And this is the first year where we are really pushing ourselves to kind of hit that next level. And that's just not dry enough. So we're going to give those a moment to dry, cure. Get that off to the side. I just can't do much with that. Actually, I know what I can do is I can stipple some Pyro Red onto just the normal things. Did some work for Maddie for upcoming December. Ooh. I'd also, I'm going to be honest, I really want to do Monty Sansevino as well. I've heard really, really good things about that one. Plus, I just... And I'm going to use a bit of a stipple here again. Kind of poke, 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 poke. See? Boom. That looks fantastic. And there we go. Just kind of brighten up the missile tips. Ye old red rocket. Yes, Kate, do you want to come say hello to the... Okay, you want to say hi to the Raiders? Okay, well, if you should have just told me you wanted to see the Raiders. If you want to say hi to the Raiders... Okay. If you wanted to say hello to the Raiders, we can bring you over to say hello. What would you like to say to them, Sigurd? Yeah? Yeah, what would you like to say? You have the microphone. It's your turn. There you go. Sometimes he really just wants to be on camera. And he's too handsome to just not give him what he wants. How can I say no to that face? How do I say no to those squeaks? And there we go. Got that brush cleaned up. What is next on these guys? I don't know. My brain is all over the place today, guys. I am kind of tired, but we shall persevere. These guys will need to dry for a moment. Put them off on the drying station. We can always throw a little bit of work on the Manticore. What's the vote right now? Do we want to do Manticore or Lux? Maybe we get the Manticore done. He's looking pretty good. The Manticore's looking good, and I do need to get it finished. So I kind of I like this part. Honestly, I'm gonna hit it with a thin wash really quickly. See if that kind of gives me some of the depth and texture I'm looking for. And again, I know I'm being pretty heavy on my washes today, but I when you're doing large army projects, I find that it's hard to get away from the washes. I could render all my colors up bit by bit by bit and make sure everything's blended out smoothly and get all those perfect shadows. Or I can get something kind of light brown, slap it over everything, and just get some of my definition in, re-highlight it, Is what it is, but I think... Ooh! Never mind, I do like that quite a bit. Gives me a nice bit of warmth and life in that color. And away we go. Manticore. Did you know his father well? Were you both at Clifton? Did you play beneath the boughs of his daddy's linden? Now he's face down in the ground, turning into dust, sir. Who gave him the final round? Ooh. If I have time while I'm in the Netherlands, there's a few places I'd like to see that are outside of Eindhoven. We're just very wet work right now. Making sure we're getting an even application. I'm going to re-render all my highlights after this. This is just getting me my final layers of depth. Because like we've done this whole thing with stippling, right? So like it hasn't been a very precise process painting the Manticore. Just been honestly smashing color for the most part. So now it's time to bring in some of the depth, bring in the shadows, get those kind of areas worked in. A curse upon your name. And as we cover this Manticore in soft tone. And yes, this is a very wash-heavy approach, I know. As I can see it literally dripping off. I'm about to sculpt the... You've never done any sculpting? Really, Pascal? I'm actually surprised to find out that you don't have sculpting experience. How does it feel as somebody who is an actual, like, master level painter? How does it feel to go into something as an absolute beginner again? How does it feel to just... How are you liking... Like, I don't know. Like to, that's kind of a question I want to pose to you. For somebody who's, like, at the stage of painting you're at, for somebody who's not serious sculpting. Yeah. And that's why I'm saying is, like, it's... If you've never done it before, how does it feel? Oh, you definitely can, dude. You absolutely can. If anybody can, it's you. Okay. This guy needs a final dry really quickly, so we're going to give him a power dry, and then we're also going to throw a quick shout out for the next one. Get Mr. Pigments. I think we have to do... This is Mr. Pigment. Got Jinxed Art in for the next shoutout. Make sure you're following Jinxed. If you're not, you're missing out. Just an absolutely incredible painter. And great person. Exactly. I have faith that if anybody can do that, it's Pascal. In fact, I'm more interested in kind of that feeling of, like, what's it like going back to being a beginner? Okay. That is so much wet. You told me back to the beginning, so this is where I am and this is where I'm going to stay. That's not... I feel like I'm missing something. Also, welcome in, Dan. Glad that you are here, having a great day so far. We've got the Manticore. And I think really quickly, I'm just going to throw down a bit of bright gold yellow. It's the Princess Bride. I do love the Princess Bride. I just missed that quote. Told me to go back to the beginning. So this is where I am, and this is where I'm going to stay. I absolutely adore the Princess Bride. And grab my brush. I'm going to start just rendering up some of the highlights a bit. And getting some of this just a bit brighter, a bit more interesting. And again, a bit of a incorporating some yellows. Getting some highlights in, just making it a bit brighter, a bit more interesting. I'm going to do a couple quick sketch highlights on it. And then kind of stipple things back together. But this is very kind of quick and lazy. Boop. All right, other side. Fezzik is helping me clear these forests. After and runs into Inigo after defeat. Inigo's deep in the bottle. Yes! And there we go. Got some quick yellow. This is the Dreadnoughts, a local band that I have loved since I was in high school. I adore them. They're one of my favorite bands. and they put on. I know this music might not sound too crazy or anything, but I've been to a lot of shows, and they put on the craziest fucking shows I've been to. Like, I don't know what it is about the Dreadnoughts crowds, but they go fucking wild. Like when the Dreadnoughts are playing, for some reason, like the audience at Guar does not go as hard as the audience at the Dreadnoughts. The Dreadnoughts show is fucking awesome. All right, give that a moment. Grab a focus pillow. And I think maybe we bring that ivory that I've got here. Just grab some of that. Why not? And after we do the teeth, when they're dried, we will want to pull a little bit of a dark wash in there just to get the separation between the teeth. And got the teefies knocked in. Excellent. And I've built 5 models now, and they poorly fit together. The banner is way too top heavy, and all the shields are weird. Weight the bases. Once you glue them to the bases, put a nickel or like some kind of like heavy coin or a penny. Glue a penny to the bottom of the base, and it will give them the weight that it needs to not tip. But that's my little trick for that. There we go. Got the fingies. The washer will fit around any magnet you have in the base too. Washers are a good one too. Washers are a very good one too. Especially if you're using pewter, because yeah. And I'm honestly gonna be straight up with you guys. I think this Manticore looks freaking awesome. What do you guys say? Like, I really, really like the colors on it. I think it takes, like, right now, it's very in line with the GW artwork for the Manticore. And what I like is it's not the box art, it's the actual, like, the old school book art. The nice thing is, Dan, this is all just stippling. I have today is the first time you've seen me use my actual paintbrush, and that was to do the yellows here, the whites here. Just take a little bit of that golden yellow on your brush. Grab a few of these hairs. Doesn't have to be all of them. Just to get a bit of that. Nope. This brush here. Just smashing flat paint. Or just smashing paint with a dry brush. I don't really use my dry brush for dry brushing technique. I use my dry brushes typically more to stipple with and to smash paint around. In fact, I find if you dry your dry brush, that tends to be the kind of worst effect you can get with them, and that leaving a bit of moist paint in there tends to provide a lot better of a result. But then, yeah, just stippling. Just using the side of the brush here, grab a bit there, a couple over here. Why not? There we go. Big round object. I get it. Exactly. Also, because one of the dry brushes I got sent by Fenris, like one of the ones they sent me to test out, was the size 1 dry brush. And I genuinely was just like, dude, I will never have a need for that in my kit. I kind of was like, why the fuck are they sending me this? And so I picked it up. I started using it for stippling, and then it turns out that it's actually a really good stippling brush as well. Because as you see, like this one allows me to get in and do some finer areas. Because like, look at that in relation to the size of like my fingertip. So that this one I really like because like I can get in and stipple really tight in a way that I kind of couldn't before. I'm looking for ice yellow next. Where's my ice yellow? There's my ice yellow. And I'm just having that brief moment because I saw the mic move there. I was like, did my mic pick that up? Brush size is a factor, and also naming things is often a disservice for your brain. Exactly. I was actually going to say that the fact they call it a dry brush is the only reason why I was initially standoffish to it. And as soon as I reframed my brain into being like, maybe it's actually going to be my stippling brush, and now I love it, you know? Same thing. Exactly. Honestly, if they called it a size 1 flat round, that would literally be I don't know why, but that's literally exactly it. And I think it's because dry brushes have honestly just have a negative reputation. Like I think dry brushing gets a really bad rap. And I think it's a great technique that has lots of places in your kit. It just you can't rely on it for everything. It's not going to be how you do all your highlights. But I find that for an organic surface, it's really hard to get a better result than to stipple it or dry brush it. And I think people, get really quick in their heads to judge dry, be like, oh, it's a dry brush. And I mean, I'm saying that because I did it, right? When we left from our homes, our confidence high would we know. And there we go. Keep going. So yeah, if you are new here, my name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys. I appreciate everybody who came in. I appreciate all the raiders. I'm normally live on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. We're getting through the tail end of a couple commissions here. I have to paint 5 tech priests tomorrow. Like tomorrow, I have tomorrow, Monday, to paint 5 tech priests. That's going to be a bit of a hard one. So I might be doing a longer stream tomorrow. We're still going to do the 500 follower celebration on Saturday. Hopefully, assuming I'm caught up on my commissions, I might push it one more week to do the baby steps playthrough. I have to. I will make a post in Discord about it, just depending on. That's exactly it, Mark. And I have to paint 5 of them. And yeah, they're not fully assembled, and I'm pretty sure one of them is Belisarius Call. And if he did actually give me Call, the price on that just tripled. You cannot sneak Belisarius Call into a tech priest. The problem is, Mark, this is for the guy's 30k army, so he's very, very explicit about dude, he makes me use his primer. Like he sends me a specific can of primer to use for this one. I have to follow his recipe. Whenever I do, it's 30k commissions always end up like that. It's I don't love doing Old World. You can usually I find Old World people and 40k, or sorry, Old World Age of Sigmar. You tend to get the most freedom because there's lots of for example, Bretonnians have a lot of different baronies, right? There are lots of different ways to do it. Painting a Manticore, for example. You know what? It's funny too, Mark, because these are for the same client. It is for the same client, but he is so strict about his 30k stuff. His Old World stuff, I told him I wanted to paint the Manticore based on the first or the old book art. I was like, this is not the box art. This is completely outdated. I told him, I was like, I want to use the book artwork from the 90s. And he's like, yeah, do it. And then I'm like, I told him, I was like, I'm going to do your Chaos Army Nurgle. Or we're going to do a Nurgle theme on this, I think. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. Oh, also, you guys are going to love this because we are going to be doing something we haven't really done on the channel before. The next commission is Blanchitsu. I've never been asked for Blanchitsu before. It is not a style I know how to do. So we are going to be doing Blanchitsu on the next project, which is going to be the Old World Chaos Army. So we want Nurgle-themed iron armor, super worn in, super rusty, super, like, you know, beat to shit. There we go. Get the toesies. It's looking great. Halberds or swords? This is what I have assembled so far for the Old World project. So this is just what I've built. And then I have where is it? Here we go. I don't even know what's in these, and but I have to build them. However, I might also just ask the guy, because I've got a bunch of chaos stuff that I don't really have a use for. So I might ask him if he wants me to, you know, because I can probably rebase and include my Dark Oath for an extra, like, or for an extra $200. I might see if he wants to add the Dark Oath into it. That's way better. But yeah, these ones are sword and board. Mine are all halberd. So my Chaos Army is done with halberds, but I've also been saying too, like the flip side of my Chaos is I might just rebase my Chaos dudes to be my Old World Army, because. But if I do build an Old World Army, I've said straight up the one I actually want, because it's my favorite one to play in I meant Tomb Guard. Halberds. Or half and half. I don't know the meta for Old World, so for me, I pick a lot based on what I think looks cooler. I don't build my models with gameplay in mind. I build my models with. I do ensure that it's like the only thing I make sure is like, is this a legal squad? Do half and half? Because you get what, 40 in the box or 20? Old World gives you really weird numbers. 20? Yeah, 10 and 10 then. Well, I don't know if I've shown you this, Mark, because I've got I don't know if you were here for when we were doing the rest of the commission too. So there's other things going out to this client. I do a lot of work for, like, part of the reason why I'm not really looking to run a studio anymore is because I find it's easier to just kind of operate out of a patronage situation. I've got one client that hires me out enough that it's easier for me to just work with him and wait tables on the side. But here, I'm going to show you something that'll make you really happy. for his Wood Elves. Did up a bunch of old school War Dancers. Blade Riders. And this is just like my... And then we also did, where are they? Hiding on me? That if I need to, just don't... You know what, I'll just show this one here. And then we've got the, so War Dancer Command Squad if you want. This is not mine. This is going out to a client. And I also have the Command Squad in there. See? But yeah, no, I just really like what we did with the Blade Guard, or sorry, with the infantry, because that was the first time I messaged him and I was like, hey, so like the box art for these guys is black and red, but your Wood Elf army is all green. Do you want me to follow the box art, or do you want me to match them to your army? And he's like, no, just match them to my army. So that was one of the first times I got to like really get a bit creative with the color schemes in that way, because I was like, all right, now I have to figure out how to paint these in a completely different fashion. And for those of you that don't know, yes, my coffee cup has pictures of me petting my cats on it. There we go.
You look
Holy,
like a
thanks for
cut
the
of
follow,
fuckable
Bearded
meat.
Dry.
Are you?
How are you doing today? Did you come in from the Reaper Minis raid? And thank you very much for the follow. We're just kind of bumbling around today, painting a couple of different things, working on a bunch of different projects, and getting caught up, going through some Old World, working on a Manticore, painting minis. No, I did not. Oh, hell yeah. Welcome in. What are you working on today? What are you working at today? Love painting minis. It is my job, so I better love it if I'm doing it as much as I am. T-Sons? My God. The 1,000 Suns. I gotta pick up 1,000. I got a 1,000 Suns commission coming up potentially in the next couple of in the next month or two. Because it's my cousin's. And my cousin asked me about doing up some 1,000 Suns for him. So not only am I taking on a 1,000 Suns job, I'm gonna be doing it for 20% of the price. Better take a shit. Dude, for him, he's getting it at like 20% of what I'd normally charge out for it. I'm doing like 1,000 points for like $400, which is not my normal charge for 1,000 Suns. 1,000 Suns are usually closer to $1,500 per 1,000 points. That's in Canadian dollars. That is, I will specify, that's Canadian dollars really quickly, not US dollars. US dollars, it's like literally for 1,000 Suns, a 2,000 point army, I'd charge like $2,000 for. Because that's the last 1,000 Suns job I did took me 135 hours. Just for perspective on like how long the job actually took versus how much I charged out, it worked out to about $22 an hour. With T-Sons, there is no such thing as friends and family. What's your opinion on white scars? White scars are easy. White scars are stupidly easy. White scars are an airbrush check. So there are a lot of models in Warhammer that we call airbrush checks because they are really hard to paint if you do not have an airbrush. And once you have an airbrush, they are really fast, really easy, and you just need to know the basic recipes for airbrushing. White scars are stupidly easy to paint. I mean, as you see, dude, I'm painting white right now effortlessly with like everything you see on this model right now. This is the same color palette you'd use on white scars, right? You can take it further. You can do more with it, obviously, than you see me doing. But these are also supposed to be just basic terrain pieces, so we don't want to overpaint them. And then I'm going to come in with a bit of a... Let's use Dark Sea Blue really quickly for a bit of contrast on the fins of these, just to get a bit of extra color in here. Break up the details. But yeah, Thousand Sons, I've done a couple Thousand Sons jobs. The last Thousand Sons job I did, Bearded, he asked for non-metallic metal. He asked for 2,000 points of non-metallic metal. Thousand Sons. That's what I'm doing. Sir? Sir. You have my sympathies. You have my deepest, deepest sympathies. I will say the one thing that made it a little bit easier is he didn't want the yellow striping on the helmets. So not having to go through and paint all of like the stripes on the hats and the helmets, that saved me quite a bit of time. But yeah, I've done an NMM Thousand Sons project. I wouldn't do it again. I would not do that one again, probably. Excuse me. Really quickly, we're just coming in, picking out the fins to break some of those colors up. And I only have 1,985 points left after this Terminator. You on your first Terminator? Easy Peasy Lemon Squeezy just wrapped his massive Thousand Sons project. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Thank you for the resub, Kay. And thank you for the wonderful hangouts the last couple of days. It has been awesome having you here. It has been absolutely phenomenal having you here. And grateful that you decided to come up and visit for your birthday. It's been awesome visiting. The wife and I both like having you here, so. We're having an excellent stream so far today. Just working on getting a couple things finished up. I also will say, like, my Necromunda stuff, I had so much fun. Like, okay. I bought a box of squats that I thought were going to be really, like, I just got them because I was like, maybe they'd be okay. After assembling them, they might actually be some of my favorite sculpts I own. Hang out with a few GD painters, so it follow the compiling. I wish I had the ability to hang out with some Golden Demon guys, though. I know some really, really, really talented painters, but online, I like I know a few of them online, but locally, I live in a pretty small town, so I don't have anywhere near the level of competition I need to excel further. So I have to rely very much on like my online feedback, my online communities, and kind of pushing myself with my bust painting to get better. Because I mean, Golden Demon painting is a level of exhaustion too, right? Like, I love display painting, and I love looking at display pieces, trying to notice all of the little things that they've done on them. But I do go blind on my models at an earlier stage than I need to currently for display work, right? I'm excited because I think Martin worked as a GW painter for about 8 years. The GW staff painters are all rad guys. Do you guys see Duncan launched his own miniatures company today? As of this morning, Duncan's launching. He's come out to announce that he's going to be doing a miniature line and launching a game. That was a really exciting post. I mean, Duncan pioneered this shit. I've said that it was like without Duncan, without Kenny Bechet, and without like Vincey V, I wouldn't be painting toys on the internet, because I wouldn't have known that painting toys on the internet was actually a viable thing that people could do. Same with Peachy. Although I was already kind of, watching the other content creators by the time Peachy joined onto the team. Duncan's a fucking madman. He is an actual madman in the best possible way. The hours Duncan puts in are ridiculous. I don't think people realize just how much he does. And I don't think people realize how good his paint jobs are until you actually see them up close. Because, like, he can paint a lot better than the stuff he's posting on his YouTube tutorials. And I don't think people realize that either. His YouTube tutorials are not his best work, like, not representative of his best work. His YouTube tutorials is him trying to reach out to people who might not know as much. But he's fucking legendary. What's up? What the fuck is up, guys? I got that one balanced finally. I got the audio on that one correct. It's no longer just like destroys your ears. I still can't get hell yeah, fuck yeah loud enough, but if I can get a better quality of the recording, I'll just swap it out at a later point. He's showing technique. He wants to be accessible. Exactly. That's part of what I try to do with a lot of my commission technique, is because I've watched a lot of miniature painters over the years. And typically what happens is I find that by about 4 years into content creation, they start becoming a little more inaccessible, because their baseline knowledge has expanded so much that they're yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, I like his style too, because it's not based on photorealism. It's about models that look insanely good on the table. You know, if you hold up a couple of his models, they might not all be having like perfect lighting. Like they might not have like perfect directional lighting on them or anything, but like they look incredible. Because he's so good at highlight, like he's so good at getting his edge highlights, and it's like he honestly, like his edge highlighting is. I like to think I'm good at it. I like to think I'm good at edge highlighting. Duncan puts edge highlighting on another level. He is just that good. There we go. Quick little missile platform. And then I'm just going to come in with my ivory. And just along the tops of these missiles. One quick coat like such. And there we go. And it's just a little bit. But yeah, like I actually would agree with you that some of his get started videos are pretty advanced still. However, he is technique based, right? Like it's while yes, it might seem a little overwhelming at first. I do actually believe that everything Duncan teaches is extremely accessible to a beginner. And honestly, learning his methodology first is a really, really amazing foundation. I think I'm sculpting the sword way too big. Do a test fit. Because, like, it's also the thing with... sorry, Pascal, it's just... I'm used to answering beginner questions, or I'm used to responding to people who aren't, like, my teacher's teacher. So normally when somebody says that, my response is to go, well, do a test fit, you know? Don't take that one personally if I ever just blurt out the obvious. And got that there. That looks really nice. That is really, really nice today. Let's see what you're doing. Yeah, I'd also love to see the sculpting. I know it's completely off topic. That's actually a hobby I'd like to take up at some point. I think I'd like to learn 3D sculpting. At this point, I don't think I'm going to learn traditional sculpting. It's just... everything is done digitally these days, that it makes more sense to learn digital. And like I already do traditional art for 99% of my art forms, so it might be good to have one digital form or one, that I can actually do on a computer. So I think Pixar, it didn't happen. Can't just claim Pascal sitting there naked, fucking sculpting and And the last thing that I saw before we screamed our last goodbye was the red-haired whore that we adore with murder in her one good eye. Oh, Mary. I was gonna say, fun fact as well, Dan, with all the Princess Bride references you've been making, you should you'll probably find it amusing to know that the mandolin player's stage name for this band is the Dread Pirate. He goes by the Dread Pirate Drew. So I figured you might enjoy that. But his stage name is actually a reference to Princess Bride as well. Yeah, the Dread Pirate Druzel. The drummer is the Swedish Bastard. They all had great stage names. Like, all the guys in the Dreadnoughts had really great stage names. Except the singer, which is why he changed his. His didn't age very well. The humor didn't age very well, so he stopped using it. One of my favorites is dude, one of my favorite parts of the band is at one point the fiddler shaved his mohawk off. And then they all claimed that the fiddler had died and it was just a new guy, or like they just kept, and you'd get like the most ridiculous stories. Like, he went missing. He's on a hitchhiking journey. They found him in Lethbridge and he just wandered off one day. Like, they all had all these crazy, hilarious stories they would post about what happened to the fiddler, when realistically all he did was shave his mohawk off and start playing accordion instead. He never left the band. He just got a different haircut. And they just tried to play it off that he was a completely different person for like 2 years. Yeah, they're a lot of fun. Okay, we're gonna go in, same thing, blocking all the fins on this one. Maybe slap a quick highlight down, and then these guys are done. Yay! Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna do at one point. I was gonna show you guys some of the squats that I built, and honestly, I love these so much. They're all in mining gear. They're all wearing heavy mining gear. Like, they're like rock saws and I love them so much. They're so cute. Tiny dudes with giant hands. I think they're really, really fun. And also, they've got little robots. They come with little robot boys. Little good boys. Got a little drone. Honestly, Dan, the amount of times I yelled rock and stone building these. Exactly. Rock and stone for Carl. Die the way your mother did. A little gunbot too. Fucking love Deep Rock Galactic. I haven't played it in a long time. Now I'm kind of actually, damn. Should I play some Deep Rock Galactic later? Maybe I'll play some rock. I might actually play some Deep Rock later. Because yeah, honestly, that's all I could think of while I was building them is rock and stone. I was gonna say too, I think they actually took that one line out of the game recently. That's something I had heard is they took the one line out because it was apparently upsetting people. Which, fair. Like such, we just block it all in. Watched a movie on the days off called Monsters. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. Definitely not what I thought it was going to be, but really enjoyed it. Apparently they made a sequel to it, but it's not very good. But yeah, really enjoyed it. It was a really nice character piece. And I enjoyed the fact, finding out after the fact, that it had almost no dialogue written for it, and that it was not scripted, or that they just improv'd most of the dialogue, and that they did guerrilla shooting, so they didn't have permission to actually shoot at most of the locations. We just keep slapping these colors down, get that all blocked in, clean it up, and then we are done another thing. Again, these don't have to be too special. This is terrain. So the fact is that once it reads, it's good. Don't waste your time on terrain making it perfect. Just get it done. You can clean it up. You can fix it up. You can add another wash if you need. Do whatever the fuck you need to make it look good. Does not matter. You just gotta keep working quickly. So how is the, how do you feel? I think you would enjoy painting the banner, though? I would really enjoy painting the banner. I love painting banners. I do love painting banners. I love freehanding, dude. I love to do freehands. I'm not good at them, but I love to do them. Anytime I get a chance to do some like some little freehands or anything like that to try and like, it's the only way to get better at them, right? Like, is you got to do them. I mean, my all-time favorite model that I have in my collection is the one that Jinx helped me paint on my birthday. Because of the freehands on it, honestly. Like, it is, I'm not sure if I've told you that, but like, genuinely, that's probably my favorite model in my Warhammer. Is the Escher we did the Skullbra on. Because I did not know how to paint a skull before that day. We got a Cricut printer that can do decals. I've considered getting a decal printer as well. I have actually looked into it. I know lots of people that do. And I think being able to print your own decals always tends to look really good, especially if you're doing an army. And it's nice having the freedom to kind of clean them up digitally before, you know, like it gives you the ability to really kind of draw what you want, you know. So I'm not going to knock on that. I think that's awesome, an awesome way to do it. And I know lots of people who use that system. It's pronounced decals. I'm pronouncing it decals. Both are correct. Both pronunciations are correct. Decal and decal are both accurate. It's one of those words where either pronunciation is right. And where you're from in the world is more likely to influence how you say it, as you're always going to use your native language's pronunciation systems for words you don't know. Unless you know the etymology of the word. And I don't know the fucking etymology of decal. Decal? Decal, decal, they're both correct. I might even be saying it wrong. Who knows? I might just confidently be wrong. That happens all the time, where I'm just, like, confidently wrong. To see the brothers lay so low. Decal, decal, like decaf. However, it's also decal, decal. Particularly in Canada. Huh! So that would explain it. I'm literally using, I'm pronouncing it like a Frenchman would. And that decal is a Canadian, it would be the Canadian pronunciation. That's really funny. I didn't realize that I was using a regional pronunciation of the word as I'm explaining regional pronunciations. That's really funny. Qui est ton papa? Jinx just laughed. She's like, did he just say that in French? It's like, yeah, that's one of the only French expressions I actually have. I learned that one for boxing. It was just if I had it just for when I was sparring with somebody who spoke French. It's fun to make fun of people in their language. Especially when you're sparring. If you can mock them in their language while you're doing it, it's a fast way to get people to get under their skin. So having a couple little French fight starters were pretty much all I needed. But we don't speak French in the west coast of Canada. However, the French, like I speak a little French. I can understand French better than I can speak it. And I can read French. So I can read French. I cannot speak it. Especially because I do not speak Francais. We speak Quebecois. So just the clarification on that too. So far west, I don't even live on the mainland, or I don't even live in continental North America anymore. I'm so far west, I'm off the continent. While still being a Canadian. We are in the unceded territory of the Snuneymuxw. I'll say it that way. If you know where that is, that's cool. No one in here is going to be able to figure out how to spell Snuneymuxw, so... Oh, that Beard forgot it already, yeah. But I'm in Snuneymuxw territory. The only reason, like, I know a lot of people don't know about like land acknowledgement, that kind of stuff elsewhere in the world. The Snuneymuxw never surrendered their territory. They never signed any papers. They still technically have unceded. This is unceded land, so it's kind of weird because it changes a lot of stuff here, and they're doing a really good job actually getting a lot of their control back. Because they keep reinvesting in the community and reinvesting in the community and reinvesting in the community, and they just keep buying like the Snuneymuxw First Nation keeps buying up local. They keep buying up businesses, jacking up the wages. No, not Inuit, not Inuit. Although, yeah, no, I've never been to the Queen Charlotte's. That's much further north than I've ever been. I've been about 150 kilometers south of the border to the Northwest Territories, but that's as far north as I've been. So I've been in the tundra, but I've never, like, I've been in the boreal tundra. I've just never been further into the Arctic tundra. Does that make sense? So technically, Mark, yes, I have actually been up and lived up in those areas a bit. Forget how Canadians know the metric system. We know the metric system and the imperial system. We use both here. You have to know both here. But yeah, it was about 80 miles south of the border, or about 80 miles south of the border to the Northwest Territories. But yes, for those of you that don't know, I know both metric and imperial. Imperial sucks and Americans are too proud to admit it. Feet and inches are good. And weight in pounds? As a European, I can't get that imperial system still in play. Imagine living somewhere where you have to know both and have to be able to convert in your head. I have to do the conversion in my brain. What was I going to do here? That's right. That's what I was going to do. We were going to do a thing. The thing is painting. 15/64 is... that would be 18... so your quarter inch would be... fucking... what is that in mil? Okay, so you've got 2.5 centimeters, so 250 millimeters. 250 goes into be 4 times, so multiply. That would be 60 mil. That would be a 62 mil. There you go, Mark. I'm not joking. I can do it in my head. That's 62 millimeters, roughly. 62 or 64 mil. My math is pretty good. I'm not gonna say I get it. I'm not gonna say I'm 100% accurate, but the fact that I can ballpark it, right? Like it doesn't need. We're playing with hand grenades right now. We just got to be close. Doesn't have to be. Doesn't got to be perfect. It just has to be close. Is that an expression elsewhere in the world? Yeah, grab the 6 3/4 wrench. 6 3/4 wrench is 250 mil plus 3/4 is 175. That is 425. 42.5 centimeters. Oh, 6 3/4. No, I did 1 3/4. So that would be 25 times 25, or 25 times 6 is 150. So that'd be 150 centimeters. No, this would be 15 centimeters. Exactly. That would be 15 centimeters or 150 millimeters plus the 3/4, which is the 175. 1,675 millimeters or 16.75 centimeters. I'm not joking, dude. Like my math is very good. And you see, I'm not using a calculator. I'm not typing anything out. I'm able to just talk my way through math problems. This is also why I got in a lot of trouble in school, because I don't know how to, like for a lot of stuff, I don't show my work because I can do fairly advanced equations in my head. I'm not going to say like super advanced, but I can do. If you arrive in Amsterdam, then go to the Bulldog. I'll check it out. I think that's the one other Merc also told me to go to. Merc UK, I think, recommended that one. That's the wrong color of blue. I'm going to take a little bit of my cobalt blue, cobalt cyan. We're going to use a tiny touch of some artist grade paint to finish this off, because we're going to come through using Mr. Pigment's color here. And we're going to paint in all of the veins. In summer, you get a chance to spot the real Snoop Dogg. I mean, I've spotted Snoop Dogg before. I'm not a big fan. I personally don't care for Snoop. I don't like the way that he, Snoop Dogg isn't a person, he's a brand. And I think Chuck D called him out quite appropriately for it. Oh, sorry, I'm not sure if you know. I'm a big hip hop fan. Chuck D took a lot of issues with the St. Ides sponsorships due to the amount of like just factually how much malt liquor has damaged poor communities. So, Chuck D called that out significantly, being like, no, y'all shouldn't be fucking selling out your people for fucking malt liquor. But that was an interesting one if you guys didn't know about that. I don't know if they still have any issues with each other, as Chuck D seems to be pretty good at burying the hatchet with people too. But yeah, I tend to find that I align with his points of view a lot. I think Public Enemy is once we get those veins in. What do you guys think of this? What are you guys thinking? Now that we got the veins popped in? Gives us that final little bit of detail. Like shit, 3 out of 10. Hate it as much as I hate you. Love you too, Vito. You came in at the perfect time. We were just talking about Chuck D's stance on the St. Ides sponsorships. Shout out Vito. Absolutely wonderful human being. For those of you that don't know, he paints, he plays games, incredible taste in music, and just an all-around positive member of the community. So if you're not following, make sure you check him out, as he is pretty fantastic. How's your day been so far? Also, we've been listening to the Dreadnoughts for like just over 2 hours right now. I think I need something that's not polka. Yeah, I think this is what we need. Because only Pascal had to hear this once today. Old World, I love painting. The model kits lately. Try some Ailstorm. I love Ailstorm. If you want my future. I am quite familiar with Ailstorm. They are actually the reason they're the ones who taught me what it means to keelhaul someone. Which, what a fucking horrible way to go. Seen them live 3 times. Zombies ate my pirate ship. You know, I saw Spice World in theaters. I feel like I just gotta say really quick. I followed for the music and you swapped to this. This is, don't worry, Bearded. It will change after this. I do love this song though, because straight up, it's a millennials anthem. Every millennial loves this song, and if they tell you they don't, they're lying. Look, there's those of us that saw Spice World in theaters and everyone else. Just saying. There's, if you didn't get to see, if you weren't a part of Spice World and you didn't get to, see that in the 90s, then, I guess you just... This is also one of my karaoke songs. I have seen them, hated them, then same now. That's fair. I love this song. I genuinely do. But the music's gonna swap up in just a second. Don't worry. This is kind of the anomaly. But yeah, if we go to karaoke, anybody who's coming out to the karaoke night in Eindhoven, good chance you're gonna hear me sing this. Just for reference, if you're out at the karaoke night in Eindhoven, pretty good chance you'll hear me singing that. It is one of my go-tos. But yeah, see what I mean, Bearded? The music doesn't stay like that for long, but I like to just have every now and then something that throws people for a bit of a loop. And this is a German band, the Infidels. I was about to mute the stream. Nah, I hate karaoke. I love it. It's fun. Especially because I go sober, right? Like, I think that's the part that people forget too, is like, cause I don't really drink, so like I'm sober getting up there making a fool out of myself. I am 100% in control of my faculties when I'm making these decisions. At least everybody else has that. I'll be seeing you all later. I got my sister Mercy glued and sanded. Excellent, Dan. Hope you have some fun with that one. We're going to get the veins in on this piece. And then honestly, I think that's probably going to be pretty close on the manticore. Maybe we'll pop some eyes in, hit the tongue real quickly. But I'm actually really happy with the results we've gotten. Gotta go yell at a Brit. Which one? There's a few of them that are good to yell at. Jace? Yeah, no worries. Tell him I say hi. We'll probably raid into Jace later if he's depending on how long he's on for. So and well, Pascal, you just hate singing in general. You have made it abundantly clear that you just hate singing. I kid. No, I hate people. It's not the singing, it's the people. They are the problem. I do so. Boneless does a pretty good carry. It's because I'm a showman at heart. I'm a showman at heart. And also I did musical theater, so. Oh my. Oh my. You know, I think I gotta change the song for right now really quickly. I'm gonna put something on. This is explicitly going out to you two. Here we go. Here you guys go. We are all hot for teacher. It's true. When we were going through the courses, it was funny because my wife even described it as she was like, "Oh, you take." She was like, "Oh, she was like going through the list," and I was like, "It's Pascal Ruse," and she's like, "Oh, it's the handsome guys class." That was a moment where it's just like, "Wow," but also, yes. And they honestly, like, with that blue in there, that gives it a really nice pop. I'm actually pretty happy with that. Manticore. Let's give him some eyes. I think I'll have the police tape out for the workshop. Oh, I'm gonna need a full-blown security escort. I'm also enjoying just how everyone's have such a good sense of humor. Give it some big red eyes. And then we're gonna go in with the two-hand technique. Got it bad, got it bad, got it bad. I'm a teacher. But yeah, Citrus, I think it's also the dancing. I think it's also because I dance while I sing. That's part of what makes it entertaining. There we go. Manticore's got its eyes. Let's grab some magenta really quickly. Get a bit of a pink tongue going on. And then maybe a couple final touches. This is supposed to be Nurgle, so do we want to give him some pockmarks and maybe some sores? Show that it is supposed to be dealing with some corruption. What do you guys say? Should we do some freehand pox? The whole production thing, it's very entertaining. I try to be entertaining. Again, it comes from the fact that I did musical theater when I was younger, so I just have that, like, desire to be entertaining and to be... Yeah. I think comes, again, as a surprise to nobody. Got the tongue in there. That's beautiful. I'm going to text the client, actually, and just ask him... Or send him a picture of where we're at really quick. Shit, where's my phone? and see how he will feel. And dude, I appreciate everybody being so patient about me taking forever to get stuff mailed out. The prizes went out this weekend. Okay, touch base. Sent off a couple photos of the Manticore, just showing them where we're at. Noticed I got a couple of veins down here I can grab too. And there we go. And then it just gets messy. Oops, different stream. I was going to be like, Pascal, I feel like this is a pretty clean paint job. Why does it have an oval round base? Because it was based incorrectly. The client has already asked me to rebase it on a rectangular base. He bought this during the period when AOS had completely replaced. So before we knew that Old World was going to be getting relaunched. So he bought, this is the AOS version of the Manticore, I believe. I'm not positive. Or it was originally going to be used for AOS, and then he changed his mind, but I had to rebase a bit of this onto the correct size rectangle squares for that reason. All right, where do I go from here? I'm going to take a quick washroom break, because I need to do that. And then, Nomad, what's poppin'? What are we working on? Well, Nomad, we just wrapped up on this. Well, not wrapped. You still have that giant chaos spawn. The giant chaos spawns have already gone back. So we've already sent back the giant chaos spawns. Those went back in November. We're just working on a Manticore right now. But we're getting pretty close to being wrapped up on it. Also, So Said Nomad, welcome in for the first time chat. Hope you're having a great day. I'm going to step away. Just got to use the washroom for 1 second. I'll be back 30 seconds. Enjoy the music. Enjoy the chats. And we're back. I am indeed So Said Nomad, maybe even corrected with the Mad Nomad, because my 3D printer is failing left, right, and center. Fuck. 3D printers tend to be like that. But hopefully we're able to get that fixed up. But yeah, the giant chaos spawn we sent back a little while ago. Although I had a lot of fun doing the giant spawns of chaos. Is that for me or Nomad? Using resin? For you. No, I don't. No. I live in Canada. I don't need one. I live in Western Canada. I do not need a humidifier. It very rarely drops below 70% humidity here. I live in the Great Bear Rainforest. So yeah. Living in the Great Bear Rainforest does change things a little bit. For those of you that don't know, that extends across the Western Canada onto Vancouver Island and through the and through the Haida Gwaii. I guess I'm more north than you are. Oh yeah, I'm down on the 49th. I'm down by the 49th parallel. Like it's nice and it's I live in like a zone 8, zone 9 climate. It's quite warm here. It's quite nice, honestly. I just got this Palinite guy here. What would happen if I took some of this ivory? I'm gonna go. Have a great one, Pascal. Thank you for popping in. Throw you another shout out, just in case anybody does not know. Pascal, Fangirl Army. Pascal Ruse, if anybody in here does not know who he is just a legend within the category. Great painter, great person, funny guy, and a very, very good teacher. And like such, bit of the back on the legs. DJ Shadow is actually playing in Vancouver the couple days after I get back from Amsterdam. I used to live in the Pacific Northwest. I miss Washington. So I actually, Nomad, I used to have property down in Washington as well growing up. My family had we had a trailer at the Glen. So we used to go camping and stay in Maple Falls all the time when we were younger in the Baker Foothills, just outside of Bellingham. And then Washington is a beautiful state. I have openly stated on stream more times than I've got fingers, at least, that I find that the people of British Columbia are culturally closer to the people of Washington than anywhere else in Canada. I feel like the people of Washington State, the people of Oregon, and the people of BC are culturally the closest. Oh, even a trailer. Oh, dude. You don't even want to know what we sold that lot for. They sold it, my family sold the lot in I think 2009 because we weren't utilizing it, right? So it was just costing a lot to upkeep. And it ended up being like, yeah, not good. Put it to you that way. Put it to you that way. It wasn't even a 6-digit number it sold for. In Canadian dollars. I think it sold for about 90,000 Canadian. That was the lot with a trailer, a shed, and a livable gazebo. All up to code. Yeah, well, it's like that all through the Pacific Northwest. And it's not justifying it or anything. It's bad here too. It has a lot to do with the fact that we're the most temperate climate in North America, which adds a lot of livability to it. But also just Yeah, I don't know. I love it here. I don't think I don't know how to live anywhere away from the coast, right? Like I've always been here like I've always been here, and anytime I've been away from the coast, I miss it. I tried living out in the prairies. They're not for me. And I'm just kind of reworking up the white armor right now, despite the weather trying to kill you. The weather here is fantastic. It's just, constant monsoons. And the occasional cyclone. Although we don't like to call them cyclones. That sounds too scary, so we just call them water sprouts. That's my favorite one. Have you ever seen the water sprouts? And we're just grabbing little bits of the white, popping it in, smoothing it out, using a bit of ivory right now. Lots of off-white. And we're just going to kind of pop at these guys. This is just because I don't have anything else prepped right now, and I noticed I had some white paint out. Need to go get ready for bed, otherwise we grandpa here. No worries, Bearded. Have a wonderful day. Hopefully I catch you again sometime. We're live Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays, same time. So we'll catch you one of those days, and if we beyond that, hope you have a good sleep. Hope you have a great night, and always prioritize real life and taking care of your health. Boom. Grab the fingers like that, making sure we're just getting all those details poked in. But as you guys see, painting white's actually not that hard to do. Just got to layer it up and establish other colors to compete against it. And we have not touched pure white yet. We're going to use ivory for most of it. We might hit an edge highlight with a bit of pure white towards the end, but right now, here we go. I've got a question. I've got a buddy that is enthusiastic. He's gotten over his head now that he's doing oils using turpentine. His idea of safety as well. Send him over. Send him over. I'll give him a talking to. So it's honestly, I'll give him a talking to. Because at the end of the day, oils are a lot of fun. They are a great time. However, like turpentine is fucking dangerous, man. If you have turpentine in your house, it will void your insurance. So that's the first thing to note, that having a bottle of turpentine in your home will void your renter's insurance or your homeowner's insurance. You are not allowed to store. It is, most countries will fucking void your insurance if you have turpentine in your home. Because it is an accelerant. Yeah, use Zippo fluid. Eyeballing Midnight Purple, I'll scheme, but Midnight Purple is a bit of a hard one to do. It's really hard to get good purple spectrum. So don't be alarmed if it's like purple's just notoriously like that. He's asleep at the end, but when you start using that level of flammability, honestly, use mineral spirits or odorless spirits. Turpentine's quite dangerous. Most people moved away from it for that exact reason. Mineral spirits are also quite flammable. They're very poisonous and they're very dangerous. However, they're safer than turpentine. But yeah, I would say if you're a beginner and you don't know what you're doing, you need to put gloves on. You need to use you need to be wearing your gloves. You don't need turpentine. Use mineral spirits. It is a way safer, way less poisonous, and like turpentine is outdated. That's fucking old school. Beyond that, it's like oil paints are rad. I learned how to do oil painting before I ever learned like acrylics for canvas. Like all my canvas, I learned oils before I learned acrylic. It's only miniatures that I learned acrylics first, right? So I think oil paints are amazing. I think they're something that we should all learn how to use, but they also need to be respected. You know, you need to know what's in those paints. You can't get them on your skin. You need to be wearing gloves. You need to have chemical disposal sites. Like you need to get, does he understands that he cannot wash his brushes in the sink, right? That he can't just dump the turpentine. Like you need to keep a swish bucket. Does he have kids? Because if you got kids in the home, you don't want to keep a fucking swish bucket in your house. Got cans of metal flake spray paint meant for cars. We'll see what happens. Ooh. Automotive primer tends to work fairly well for miniatures. Oh, sorry. 1 second. My cat is freaking out. The door is closed. There you go. But yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Like is you're gonna need a swish bucket. And then you need to find out where you can dump turpentine. You know, linseed oil is fucking dangerous. I don't like having linseed in my house. I am really paranoid about linseed oil. I've heard too many horror stories of what can go wrong that it scares the shit out of me. So I don't paint with linseed. How dare you? How dare the door be closed? Exactly. I mean, to be fair, the door that was closed was the room to his litter box, so if he needed to go, that would make sense. He didn't, though. He just wanted the door open. So yeah. Damn, those are some heavy rules because you can have a lot of chemicals in your home and just nobody cares. It's not about the nobody cares thing here. Like, nobody cares if you have linseed oil in your house, but I personally don't like keeping linseed oil in my house because it is fucking because it has because it can spontaneously combust. And same thing, Nomad. I use gallons of IPA instead. Like I go through about a gallon of IPA or about 4 liters of isopropyl alcohol every month. Like I go through a lot of isopropylene. Also, I discovered something recently. It was kind of funny. For the last couple of years, my old property managers had just been absolute fucking slumlords. Things like breaking into the house, letting themselves in when when they weren't supposed to, refusing to do any kinds of repairs whatsoever. And I struggled so hard to get anything dealt with, and like we fought and fought and fought to get our damage deposit back. What I've discovered, and this applies to anybody out there who's renting through Remax, if anybody who's renting through Remax, if you run into property problems with your property manager, call the home sales team. They'll fucking rip them apart. The home sales teams at Remax are apparently getting really fed up with their property managers because they're two separate companies, and I guess the property management teams are giving them a really bad reputation of being slumlords, which is then people are becoming first-time home buyers and refusing to purchase through Remax when they think about what their renting experience was like. That's what's been explained to me by the home sales team and things. So yeah, just kind of one of the fun things there is if you're running into if anybody in here ever is renting through Remax, because I know all through North America, contact the home sales team if they are refusing to do repairs. So you're getting screwed around. The home sales team will escalate it. And get more on the helmet here. Get the helmet finished. What time is it right now, guys? About 1:30. Been live for about 3 hours now. That's not bad. And hope everybody in here has just been having an amazing day. I was not expecting to start with a Reaper raid. That was a really fun... Welcome in, Nemesis! You're the only package that has not shipped yet, but we're getting close to being able to send yours. And honestly, the issue right now, Nemesis, is we're trying to eat enough eggs. Because of the fragility of the Fallout minis, I'm using egg cartons to ship. And we need to eat about 24 more eggs before I can ship it. So I need about 20. We got to eat about 24 more eggs, and then yours is in the mail. But we're about 2 more cartons of eggs away from shipping it. I did some research. For resin models, egg cartons are apparently one of the best ways to ship. Well, welcome in. I hope you're having an awesome day. Anybody in here that does not know Nemesis, he's an amazing painter. A really, really wholesome guy. And on top of all of it, he's got a really fun stream. He's got a good way of doing it. Good chill vibes. Sometimes music, sometimes audiobooks. So I like to tune into his stream sometimes when I'm just painting and hanging out, because like I don't know my Warhammer lore. So every now and then I just kind of hang out and chill and learn a little bit, have some chats. But I highly recommend it. If you're not familiar with Nemesis, go and check him out. Yeah, I was not expecting Reaper to raid in today. I kind of was a little surprised by that. I think that's one of the first times I've ever said on stream, holy fuck, so-and-so knows who I am. Reaper Miniatures knows who I am? I've been a fan of Reaper Miniatures for like a decade now, right? So like honestly, like it's the best. I've been a fan of Reaper for about 10 years now, so like this was kind of really, really special. What's your pin? I really, really wasn't expecting that. Like, he's kidding, but Tomb Kings are... Mark collects Tomb Kings. He's a big old world guy. Nemesis is wrapping up, if I remember correctly. You're finishing up a big Dark Angels project, are you not? And I've shown you my Tomb Kings, right? Right, Mark? I don't have many, but I do have a couple. No, you didn't? Oh, you will love the color scheme on these guys then. This was my partner's Blood Bowl team. Like my wife, when I asked her what she wanted, and she said she would like red and blue. So we've got the fully painted Tomb Kings Blood Bowl team. So for Blood Bowl, I have Tomb Kings, Norse, Lizardmen, Bretonia, Dwarves. I've got Morgan Thorg. I've got Ivar Eriksson. And I recently picked up I got another team now too. So I'm going to be putting together my sixth Blood Bowl team soon. The Bretonians are based on... actually, Mark, you're probably going to be the only one that might be able to answer this question for me. What barony is this again? I was looking through the artwork to try and find, like, the most obnoxious Bretonia barony. Which one was the blue and yellow with red pants? Because my whole my whole Bretonnian Blood Bowl team is done up in the most obnoxious barony. That Bretonnian project that we did a while back was probably one of my most crazy commissions. No, the Night Goblins were the most crazy commission I've ever done. But that's because I did 3,000 points of you're blanking out. That's okay. I don't know my lore well enough, which is why I ask, but yeah, I did I think the 3,000 point Night Goblin commission was probably my biggest job to date. That's where about 300 something of the models from, or that's where close to 300 models I painted last year came from. The Night Goblins actually made up almost half of all of the models that I painted last year. Because we did 3,000, like last year, I know off the top of my head, I did 3,000 points of Goblins. I did 2,000 points of Thousand Suns. I did 2,000 points of Bretonnia. And I did I did 500 points of Wood Elves last year. The Wood Elves projects were pretty small. I only had a couple Wood Elf projects. I did that. I had the Blood Bowl teams. I had 2 Necromunda teams, and then all my personal stuff. And I think I painted 4 full armies last. No, 1 second. Yeah, 4 full armies. Just trying to remember, because he had me paint a second Goblin army afterwards. After I did the first 3,000 points, he sent me another 1,000 points of Goblins. Are you hungry? Do you want me to put your kibbles down? Okay. Some kibbles. We're not going to have any more company over for a few days. You can relax, baby. You can relax. No more company for a few days. My cats don't like company very much, or at least Sigurd doesn't. Mimmer is okay with company. He'll usually warm up to you within a day. Sigurd takes a couple weeks to warm up to people usually, so most people aren't around long enough to like get to know my orange cat. So it's just the gray one that most people get to see. But yeah, I'm pretty pleased with these guys. I also bought both expansion boxes for the Palanite Enforcers. Who knows what's up? He does. Does not like company. Well, I mean, I will say, it was like Citrus like it was K that was over. So and I mean, back in the day, she used to just like we had the old system back in the day where like she knew my front door didn't lock. So I was like, you want to come over, just let yourself in. If I'm not there, let me know. I'll tell you when I'll be back. So, while I do have some people that I'm, a little bit more, yeah. These are friends I've known for decades. Back in the day back in the days of when I didn't even have a lock on my front door. I'd be more interested in the orange one because they are a force of nature. He is a menace. My other one's a bobtail. But the orange one is a Siamese Maine Coon, which is a terrible mix. It's a terrible, terrible mix. Siamese have very, very... Siamese have lighter bones. And Maine Coons are heavier cats. So Siamese Maine Coons often will have a lot of health problems. But my orange cat is... he was a feral. He's the other kind. He's the I only have 2 brain cells kind of orange cat. He's not the... He's the other kind of menace. He's the I'm dumb and need help with everything kind. I definitely, though, only ever had girl cats growing up. And this is my first time ever having boys. And boy cats are fucking awesome. I think I prefer having boy cats. And like such, put at the head. And we'll order another box so I can have 20 of both. Hell yeah! 10 and 10 is kind of the way to go. Or sorry, having the 2 full squads is the way to go. Because long term, you will find a use for them anyways. But yeah, I have... How you doing, Spoon? Welcome in. Hope you're having an excellent day. Shout out really quickly. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're having an excellent day, Spoon. If you don't know who Spoon Handle is, he is an amazing miniature painter, positive guy, a just all-around great member of the community, and somebody who we should all show our love and support to. Hope you're having a good day so far. Getting out of the house since I didn't get out of bed until 6. Nice. Have a good one, Mark. Have yourself a great night. And yeah, that's honestly, I didn't get out of bed until like 10 minutes before I had to go live. And even then I didn't like actually get live until about 10:30 today, so half an hour later than usual. And just working on. Oh, by the way, if call is in the commission, I'm gonna laugh my ass off. That's fair. That's fair. I'll know tomorrow. I'm gonna be. That's honestly finish your second Dark Angels of the 7 operatives. So, ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. If call is in there, we're gonna have to reschedule the baby step stream for next week because there's absolutely no way I can get call painted by Tuesday. That's one of the hardest models to paint in the entire GW line. Like Belisarius Call, in my opinion, is probably one of the hardest models to paint. It's so fucking unforgiving. Like, tech priests in general are kind of annoying, but I'm pretty sure one of them is Call. This is also part of why you need to look through everything before you tell your client, yeah, I can have it for you on this day. Horus Ascended. That's fair. Horus Ascended is a tough one, too. But at least Horus Ascended isn't as fragile. Other than his mace, which is stupidly fragile. I don't understand why they gave him the most spindly weapon. Mana Man, Mana Man, Mana Man. Hope you're having a great day so far. We're just getting some final details worked up on these. Or we're kind of rendering on a few models just that I have out right now because I'm trying to get stuff done. Get my desk cleared up a bit. Get the refresh on my Palanites going. You're alive? We painted up, or we finished up the Manticore today. Just relaxing as I prepare myself for the interview tomorrow. You're going to nail it. You are going to nail this interview. And at the end of the day, it'll be what it'll be, but I think you're going to do great. And you know, honestly, I know my just go in being your usual charismatic self. Like honestly, just go in with your usual charisma that you bring to your streams, and you're set. I mean, you've got a great personality. You're smart, and you know the subject material. I think that you would be a fantastic candidate. I know it's a competitive field, but yeah. Just my 2 cents on that. And depending on how it goes, I want to hear about it. I mean, no matter how it goes, I want to hear about it. But like, if you get if it goes the kind of good where they offer it on the spot or something, I want to hear about that. I've been really enjoying that you've been sharing your journey with me. And it has been really amazing to see just how well you are doing. Back to leggies. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, if you get the those painted spoon, I'm kind of considering getting into Kill Team. I've been considering a lot getting into Kill Team lately. I hear really good things about the game system. Everyone I know who plays it loves it. The models are really fun. And like you only need to put together small squads, right? So it gives like Kill Team is kind of cool because it lets you own and play in multiple factions. Same as Necromunda, like, right? Like my draw to Necromunda is that it's you don't need to have insane amounts of models for it. Although Necromunda is still a higher model count game than because Necromunda is played in a campaign format. It is typically you're going to end up with more. It's going to be a higher model count game than Kill Team because you will end up wanting stuff outside of the core box. You might end up wanting characters, or you might want some of the sculpts. Like it's really just a challenge with it. Backs of legs, like Kill Team. Everyone I know who plays Kill Team likes it. I've heard it's a really, really good system. I've heard it's a lot of fun. I've heard it's really easy to pick up. And it's also one of the most cost-effective ways of getting into the miniatures hobby. Because you can play with a single box. And there we go. Might do a little bit more right about here. Sweep and paint across like such. Because I can, and no one can stop me. And only 2 more to go for these guys. Hell yeah. I might even be able to highlight the reds. Who knows? Who knows? I'm honestly just quite thankful that I have a little bit of time to get these finished up. Showing you guys just how easy, because it was funny, I got asked, it's like, hey, how do you feel about white scars? And I was like, they are secretly easy. As you guys are seeing, painting white is nowhere near as hard as most people think it is. The trick, again, is using your off-whites to your advantage. It's keeping everything primum white, job done. Exactly. So far, there is no true white on this model, or any of these models yet. We've not gone into true white anywhere yet. We might edge highlight with true white. Eric B. and Rakim. And we're just gonna... And voila. And excuse me. Yeah, Sigurd, you just squeaked really loudly. Mark Mania. Oh, things are doing good. Mark went to sleep a little bit earlier, but things are great today, man. I had a couple days off. I had my community manager, and so for those of you that don't know, Citrus Like or K runs most of my Discord stuff for me, other than my posts in general chat where I'm telling people to fuck off or stop messaging me about random shit. Long and short, Citrus runs most of that stuff for me and helps me out with it. So she had her birthday yesterday and was visiting from out of town. So she stayed with us last night and was here on Sunday as well. It was Sunday or Monday. But we've been having a very good time. Hanging out, catching up, watching movies.
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls a
Raid
tug,
from
kid
Phoenix
fucker.
Miniatures.
Yeah.
Frankie, you ready?
Welcome in, Phoenix.
You're going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, cause you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
cause you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo, run him
Run 'em up and fill 'em in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going.
Yeah.
The best goalie in the no-show,
Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, cause you're fucking going.
Yeah.
Pack mentality, boys.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
Welcome in, everybody. Hi, Silver Shield. Thank you for the follow. Cryo Cheese. There's one of my favorite painters.
You look like
Thank
a
you,
cut
Monkey
of
Snacks.
fuckable meat.
We're gonna throw a quick shout
Are
out
you?
for Phoenix Miniatures.
You look like a cut of fuckable meat.
Thank you for all of
Are
the
you?
follows. We've got Animender and Monkey Snacks in there too. But quick shout out, Phoenix Art Miniatures. Am I following? Yes, I am. Okay, good. Yeah, Cryo. I have been having. I haven't been super active in chat lately because I've been just busy. But I have been loving your Horus project. No worries, Phoenix. I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you for dropping the class off with me. I'm gonna do my best to take care of him, entertain him for a few hours, and then probably take him to see Jace. Abaddon, right? It's because Abaddon has Horus's mace, which is why I get confused. But yes, you're Abaddon. I don't even, if you'd love to post a link to it or anything for anybody who hasn't seen it, feel free. Also, Phoenix, same thing. I know you got to raid and run, but if you want to throw a link to your Insta or anything before you go, feel free. We are link friendly in here. We love to support other people in the hobbies. Anyone on my channel, if you're not familiar, follows are free, and it's the easiest way to support each other. Welcome in, Raiders, though. My name's Studio Boneless. I paint toys. I do it Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. We like to listen to music, do some commission work here and there. And right now, I can throw a link. I would love that if you did, Cryo. That would be fantastic. Thank you. You can also link yours if you would like. Because again, if I feel like I feel like everybody in here will have seen it, but it's still, I don't know, man. You definitely crossed the threshold into like artistry. You know, like you're one of those people that really demonstrates that miniatures get to be a fine art as well, not just a hobby. Let's take a look at what they've been working on here. Oh, that is stunning NMM work right there. I really, really like the gold and the silver, almost a chromy steel. Got lots of environmental lighting pulling in from that. That's amazing. That's really good. Thank you for sharing that. Hope everybody is having an excellent day, though. Right now, I'm just doing some catch up on some personal stuff. We finished up a piece earlier today, which was, where is he? Hiding on me. To kind of, I love that. We all learn from each other. This is the Manticore that we painted up and finished up today. Again, this is just going to get a nice little, do some basing on it, but pretty happy with, a little 6-hour, 5-hour paint job. You okay? Are you okay? Why are you sneezing at me? Why are you sneezing, baby? Oh my God. Your understanding of lighting. I think that's really what amazes me, Cryo, is just you have an intuitive, I describe as intuitive. I don't know if it is. I don't know how much you actually are thinking because I'm not inside your head. But watching you paint, it feels like you're very intuitive of knowing where you're going to place your lighting ahead of time. And I love watching it. And that's one of those ones where it's so beautifully done with such intense environmental lighting that it's just, I love it. I love it. I love it. So yeah, today we did the Manticore. We got the missile platforms finished up. Those are like terrain, so I don't really want to show them off because they're just a quick slap together, get some color on them, get them all base coated, maybe one highlight and a wash. We'll show them off, whatever. So we painted up 2 of these. Just 2 quick little missile platforms. So we did these today. We did the Manticore. And then we're also doing just some white highlights on the armor here, because I'm trying to get better at painting white. I haven't quite gotten it yet, but it's feeling a lot better this time around. I think I need to still be a little braver with my darks. Like long term, I think I'm going to need to be a bit braver with how dark I'm going in my shadows. But, you know, I'm happy with this. There's definitely a lot of room to improve. And I say this because I like to, while I'm painting, I like to kind of talk about it. I like to see what I'm doing, and I like to acknowledge where I feel I could do a better job on my models. So that way when I go in, and it's not to be critical of myself, it's not my way of getting down on myself. It's my way of identifying what I'm going to focus on being better at on my next paint job. So if I'm sitting here going like, okay, you know, I feel like I could push my shadows a bit harder. So the next time I paint white, I'm going to push my shadows a bit harder. I'm not going to redo what I've done already. I'm not going to go through and redo my whole squad. They look good. They might not be display painted or, you know, but I like them. I think they look good. And I think it's a good mentality to have where you can say, I like it. It reads correctly. They look good on the tabletop. They're the right color. They're nice and fun. You know, at the end of the day, sometimes they're toys. And if they're going to be getting handled a lot, especially if a piece is going to be getting handled a lot, like, no worries, Cryo. Like, if we're going to be handling our work, I don't want it to look like you're a bad-un, because I don't want people to touch that. I don't want greasy, dirty fingers on that. Anytime I paint a bust, I don't want people touching my busts or getting anywhere near them. It's like, no, stay away. You can look at it from 4 feet away. So that's also a bit of the mentality surrounding that, is understanding, like, if I'm going to take something into the gaming store to play with, I'm signing up to get my stuff damaged. Honestly, and that's another part of the mentality I think we all need to carry into it, is like, if you're bringing something into the hobby store, you are prepared for it to get damaged. You're not meant to bowl with them, but at the end of the day, some people will handle your models and they just don't quite know proper model handling care. And they'll rub some paint off, or they'll chip it, or, you know, sometimes things get dropped or knocked over, terrain falls on something, you know, a table gets bumped. It's nobody's fault. No one's fault that it happens, right? And if you have that understanding that it's like, if I bring this here, this might get damaged, it will change the perspective kind of on how you paint it, how you deal with it, how much you varnish it, and the approach that you take. I mentioned this again because, like, my gaming pieces and my display pieces are 2 very different things. Because I don't want people handling my display pieces. I don't want people touching them. They live on display for a reason. I don't do a lot of display painting, but when I do, I am not that good at it, but I love doing it. However, if anybody in here is going to SMC this year, you're going to get a chance to see what my work looks like in person. It's going to be my first time traveling to Europe. I'm going to be traveling.
You look like a cut
Thank
of
you,
fuckable
Cooper,
meat.
for the follow
Are you?
very, very much. We're going to be going to Eindhoven in October. I'm very, very excited. Like, I'm really excited about going to Eindhoven. Flying out from Western Canada. My layover is in Reykjavik, which I'm really excited for too. Actually, the only downside is, like, I wanted to, if I was going to be, like, originally thinking, if I would have liked to have either a longer layover in Reykjavik, because, like, it's somewhere I've always wanted to travel and see. But unfortunately, I'm only there for like 10, 12 hours. So we might be able to stop and get some food. But beyond that, But I'm really excited that I might get to go to Reykjavik, or that we're gonna get to stop in Reykjavik on the way. And yeah, I'm really excited to be doing SMC this year. I think we've got such an amazing crew of people that are going. And I just really, really am excited about how good of a time it's going to be. I've never done a painting comp before. I don't really care if I win anything. I'd like to medal. I'd like to win a medal. Everybody would. But I'm also not going to be crushed if I don't, because it's an opportunity for me to learn from people better than me. People who are more advanced than me, people who've been doing it longer than me, people who are more experienced than I am, people who, learning how others think and getting to see what their stuff looks like in person, so I can truly understand what it looks like. Because you can see a lot in a photo, but photos never look as good as the models do. Unless they're using a lot of editing tricks, in which you'll see occasionally the photos look better than the models do. It's pretty easy to tell when somebody's using photo editing to make their shit look better. Yeah, for us, it's going to be about a 20-hour flight. I think it's with layover, it's about 22 hours. And there we go. Got all that white armor cleaned up. Clean the brush off, and I'm actually going to come in with my Pyrrole Red now. We're going to touch up at all the red details. And away we go. So welcome in, Raiders. If you are painting, let me know in chat what you're working on right now. Love a chance to see it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm more than happy to help you out with them. And once we get all this red highlighted, it'll take us to about Canada boys. Red and white, man. Red and white. I think you're the first person who figured that out. I think you're the first one to get that my Palanite Enforcers are painted with the colors of the Canadian flag. The original inspiration for them was the StarCraft medics, though. But I do love the that's way better with the Pyrrole Red. Just a way better red for this. Yeah, and there we go. Got a Canada duck mug in the kitchen. Hell yeah. The loon. The loon.
Mark actually asked, or Mark Maney actually asked me if I could bring him a loony, and I was like, I can bring you a loony, I'll bring you a beaver, I'll bring you a quarter, I'll bring you a toonie.
It might be me today right now. My internet's been a little bit off today. And bring him a live Canadian duck.
If I could. The Great Canadian Goose, the loon, the beaver. It's actually kind of funny. We've got animals on all of our money, or on all of our coins. Goes beaver, elk, loon, polar bear. And the penny had a maple leaf on it. But we got rid of the pennies.
Well, we got bridges on all of our money. I mean, you guys have really impressive bridges in
Denmark. I will give you guys that one, actually. You do have very, very impressive bridges.
The way that you guys yeah, it's impressive. Too many of them.
I believe it. I mean, you guys are... You have so many islands. I mean, that's how Denmark maintains having such a powerful navy, is by having such a like by maintaining your control of the North Sea.
And honestly, it's those bridges and all of those islands is how you guys do it. You have like lots of maritime,
Lots of maritimes. I don't know if that word translates the way I think it does. On the New York Transit line. If my train goes off the tracks, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
And there we go. Let's get the one on the back.
And these guys are going to look really good.
And for those of you that don't know as well, I do a lot of batch painting. So if you're finding that it's like, what is he doing? Why is he blah, 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 blah?
I almost always batch paint. And I've changed my mind. That's going to be red, not yellow.
There we go. And this coffee landed in the dry spot. Definitely dozed right. Nice.
Yeah, it's been an excellent couple days. We watched some movies on the days off. We watched I watched a movie called Monsters, which I was not expecting anything from. Ended up really, really liking it. I thought it was a really nice character drama with really good visuals and atmosphere. And like such.
Get the stop eyeballing stuff. It happens to me all the time too, man. I do it too. In fact, the broker I am, the more I tend to be like, I want this, I want this, I want this.
And my cat squeaks again. What's up, baby?
And it's also almost time to shut down for the day.
I think we're going to finish placing down these red highlights, and then we're going to raid out.
Probably going to go and see.
I'm not sure who. If Jace is still up, we'll probably raid in there. Otherwise, we'll just go pick someone at random. And like such. But thank you to all the new followers. Thank you to all the people who've tuned in, who've lurked, who've just said hello. To all my regulars, and to everybody who's just been an amazing part of the community. Thank you all. We're having an excellent day of
Kind of starting a Roman Gladius and another Bowie. Bowies are usually, like, anytime I've made Bowies, we always did it out of a leaf spring. Bowie knife, yeah. Anytime we've done a Bowie knife, I just made it out of an old leaf spring. So like out of some old truck parts. You can get some really good steel from old vehicles.
and the leaf spring I found just has the right amount of give to be quite workable. I've made a Bowie knife. I've only made one Bowie knife. It's been a long fucking time since I did it, but yeah, we made it out of car parts. And same thing, don't miss any spots. With a full chain, 30 pack on the back of the tailgate. A-L-A-B-A, man. All right, 4 more to go. Put some red highlights on. That's only going to take a couple minutes here, though. So, again, we might do the raid out and finish them up while we hang out in chat. I'm undecided yet. But, we'll see. We'll see what we do.
I think, but we're getting clear. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair.
Yeah, most people don't like the sounds of anviling in their...
Dude, my neighbors get pissed off about the fact they can hear me streaming.
So, like, I get it. I get it. The amount of, like, times they're just, like, trying to tell me. It's like, I'm being a reasonable volume. It's a reasonable time of day. It's not my fault that you guys do not have any soundproofing. But yeah, I get that one, man. Even my neighbors don't like it. And, like, I'm just on the computer talking.
And I'm a good neighbor. I try to be a good neighbor. I just also acknowledge that I live in a shitty apartment that, not shitty. I live in a building that's old and not soundproof. Soundproofing in Canada tends to be really bad. We have really bad soundproofing in our buildings here. It's very normal to, like, be able to hear what your neighbors are saying in your house. Like, it's pretty normal to be able to hear people's conversations just while watching TV. It's hilarious, too, because it sounds like they're just, like, literally only a couple feet away from you, despite the fact that they're very clearly not. They're in a different they're in a different, like, sometimes on a different floor. Yeah, we're almost done, baby. We've got 2 more to do. Okay, I can't do anything right now, though. What would... No, I can't do anything for you, baby. Do you want to come on camera again? Okay. All right, he wants to say hello again. Yeah? Are you going to stream now? Are you going to be the streamer today? Yeah? You want to be the streamer? You want to provide the content? Okay. Wow. Give me a big hug. Yeah, handsome. I'm going to go in the living room for now, okay? Are we put the TV on for you or open it up?
Shorzy, you ready?
Give your balls a tug, tit fucker.
I go,
Going.
Jimmy, what's with the
Frankie, you ready?
raid? Welcome in, Jimmy.
Going.
Yeah.
Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking
Fucking
go,
go,
Sanger.
Sanger.
Good, because you're going.
Yeah.
Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good, because
boys.
you're going.
Yeah.
Dolo,
Run 'em up and fill 'em in. Informal singer.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah. The
Best goalie in the no-show. Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because
Good,
you're
'cause you're
fucking
fucking
going.
going.
Pack mentality, boys.
Jimmy the
You
Brush,
look like
welcome
a cut
in.
of fuckable meat. Are you?
Princess Avelina, thank you for the follow. Jimmy, very quick shout out. Welcome in, Raiders. I hope everybody's having an amazing
You
day.
look like a cut of fuckable meat. Are you?
And if we're not already following Jimmy the Brush, make sure that we're doing so. He is a great painter, a great person, and someone who is just worth showing the support to. Jimmy, do you got any Insta links? Do you want to show off any socials or anything? We are link friendly in here. So obviously, if you got a raid and run, we totally get it. But if you got a few minutes and you want to post links to your socials, show off any of your work or what you've been doing, we would love to see it. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Studio Boneless. I paint toys on Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Mondays. Sometimes I do display painting. A lot of the time I do tabletop painting. Today we're just working on a squad that goes to the gaming store. As I was explaining a little bit before, anything that leaves the house for play, I get a little bit, I just a little bit more careful with them and don't really give them the same amount of love that goes into my display stuff, because the hobby store is just, anytime it goes out of the house, you are accepting it might get a little bit damaged. And you can't be upset with others. You can't blame anybody else for it happening. You just kind of go in with that expectation that it can happen and kind of adjust your mentality slightly. Yeah, we've been having an amazing day. Got so much done. Working on getting through the Palanite Enforcers. I've been doing a touch-up on them today. And then we also painted a Manticore. And I know you're sitting there being like, what, a Manticore and a squad? Yeah, it's been a very productive one. I love Palanite Enforcers. I just got the expansion to them. Ooh, are you okay if I show off a little bit of your work, Jimmy? You okay if I bring you up on stream here? Wow, this is fantastic. Holy, I'm surprised I didn't have you on Instagram. I love your use of texture in your models. Like, I really, really love your use of texture. This is all making me super duper happy. Dude, this is incredible work. Make sure you're following Jimmy on Instagram, because if you're not, we're not seeing it, by the way. Oh, sorry, really quickly. Let's do that correctly this time. Show some of this off. Like, this is incredible work. One of the ones that kind of stood out to me here, again, your use of texture. This is very, very like classic Blanchitsu. It's very, very, everything is very intentional. And I really appreciate that, because weathering is something that can be, if you're not intentional with it, you can overdo it way too quick. Dude, that transition there between the magenta red, that's beautiful. Nice little tight edge highlights in there. Really like this one though. Especially that like blue OSL you got going on there, the NMM on the beautiful spears here catching. That's stunning work. I really, really appreciate your use of texture though. Like, that is, you do texturing, weathering, but with a lot of intent behind it. When I talk about intent in painting, weathering is something that it's very easy to overdo. It's very easy to accidentally put too much weathering on something, or not enough, or not really, weathering is about a very fine middle ground. And believe it or not, the middle ground on that is not a very large window. The way that we get around that in painting is by painting with a level of intention. When you're working up your texture, texture can be a good thing or a bad thing on your models. If you are trying to get a nice smooth paint job and you end up with a bunch of texture, probably not a good thing. If you are using texture to smooth your blends, however, texture is a fantastic thing to have on your model. If you're painting an organic surface, it's totally cool to have lots of texture. There are lots of ways to work texture into your model and lots of ways to work weathering into your model. The trick is the intent behind it. If you're not thinking about it with intent, if you're not actually using the thought of what it might look like at the end, you're not going to be able to hit that like high level result. So I love that when I'm looking at it, I can see that level of intention being put into it of like, okay, this is being used to focus you in on this or XYZ. Now, again, if you got a red and red, Jimmy, I totally get it, because at some point today, I got to eat too. We all get it. If you got to eat, stretch, do your stuff, take care of the pets, whatever it might be, totally get it. We're going to be going for about another, I think, 15, 20 minutes here. I think I'm going to be raiding into Jace, most likely, if he's still up. If not, we'll find somebody. Or if anybody knows a good person who we should go and visit. Because I have to go and do some gardening here in a little bit. Well, I got to eat, and then I got to go do some gardening. I have to, on Thursdays, I do landscaping after stream on Thursdays, so. I'll be at dinner because it's near 11 his time. Oh, damn. Well, yeah, definitely mentioning that then. If you need to get some sleep, Jimmy, don't worry at all. I totally get it. I can barely stay awake past 10 p.m. most days, so like. Okay. That is the red helmets. It's coming up on midnight here. Yeah, honestly, it is just about time for me to shut it down for the day. I'm gonna look and see if there's anything else I really want to grab. Again, we did do, for anybody that hadn't seen, this is the other piece that we did today, was the Manticore. This is all done with just some stippling, some dry brushing, smashing colors. The only thing I really, only thing I did was paint in the veins. Everything else on there is just color being smashed around. Coming up on midnight? Yeah. I need... Well, I'm also just having that brief moment that I'm like, I gotta eat dinner soon, because I didn't eat yesterday. And I don't think I ate the day before yesterday either. I'm pretty sure my last meal was on Tuesday, so like... Or like, I think I ate Monday night, but I don't know that I've eaten since Monday, so I'm kind of like, I should probably get dinner soon. It's been a day or two since I've had a meal, so I really do need to eat soon. Remember when we were talking, Jinx, about how, like, we forget to have meals? And that, like, it's just way too much effort, and I can never remember. Like, for me, I never remember that I need to eat, because I don't get a physical sensation for hunger. So, like, if I don't eat, it's not like I feel, there's no sensation in my body telling me to eat right now. I just know that it's been about a day and a half, 2 days since I've eaten, so I'm like, okay, this is way too long. I don't have a hunger sensation. It is as difficult as it sounds. I don't feel hunger. It's hard to explain. It's just like I don't feel hunger. It's one of the medications. It's a side effect of one of the medications I'm on. Excellent. So we're gonna let these guys cure and dry. Got the ads going right now. I don't think we're gonna keep going too much longer here. Let's take a look at who's up. I think I apologize about running ads on you guys and then rating out. That's always a shitty thing to do. But we've got oh, this is fun coming up too, guys. So I've gotten expansions for the Palinites. So we have the sergeants. We got the sergeant box and the riot shield box, as well as the attack dogs for the Palinites. So we got a lot of fun stuff going on with them. We got to get the... Okay, I got to build the tech priests after the gardening. We will be painting tech priests tomorrow. We'll see how long it takes me to get through them. And then depending on after that, we will... So after the tech priests are done, we will go through and we will... If we can get far enough through them, we're going to do the celebration stream on Friday for the fact that we did... we'll do the celebration stream for the hitting 500 followers. It's going to be this Saturday starting at 9 a.m. We're going to play through baby steps, start to finish. Oh, you know what? I like this guy a lot. We're going to go see Dr. Mick. He's a rad guy. He's just all about, like, mental health, positivity, nerd stuff, painting. He's a really rad guy. Hope everybody has an amazing night. Appreciate all of you. I'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye, friends.
Just my 40K.